homage to all the vast hosts of victorious ones. I pay homage to the original protector, Samantabhadra, flawless and totally pure like space. The deity of the kayas and timeless awareness, which do not come together or separate. The glory of both conditioned existence and the peace of nirvana. For all beings in samsara, which is like an illusion, clearly apparent without truly existing, bound by their reifying perceptions as though in a dream. The ultimate meaning of great perfection is that they are by nature totally free. Previously, before me, there were neither Buddhas nor ordinary beings. How then could there be a path of accomplishment? There is not a single thing that does not come from me. I am supreme emptiness. The 5 elements develop from me. I am the great master of the elements. I am the ancestor of all Buddhas. Previously, before me, there was not even the name Buddha. I am the perfection of skillful means. Since I have no characteristics, my mind does not vacillate. I am the tomb of all Buddhas. They are buried in me, the unchanging burial ground. I am the dwelling place of all ordinary beings. Their habitual patterns manifest as bodies. I am inalienable, sublime knowing. Outer, inner, and secret are perfect in me. I am the embodiment of the Vajra heart essence. Buddhas are born from me. I am the ultimate meaning of unborn awareness. I am free of being a phenomenon with substance. Since I have no characteristics, I raise beings from the grave. Since innate responsiveness arises from me, I am beyond any talk of emptiness. Since what is to be illuminated comes from me, I illuminate the darkness. Because the kaya of perfect Buddhahood is pervasive, because of the undifferentiated state of suchness, and because of the birthright of all beings, they are forever endowed with Buddha nature. Within the essence of ultimate truth, there is no Buddha or ordinary being. Since awareness cannot be reified, it is empty. Given that it does not dwell in emptiness, it abides in its own state of supreme bliss. The majestic ruler of all Buddhas is understood to be one's own awareness. This monarch, naturally manifest awareness, is present in everyone, but no one realizes it. It is explained that the very pinnacle of all views is Ati, great perfection. Since it is spacious, it should be understood that the significance of its unlimited potential is that it is like space. The significance of its being vast and profound, and therefore difficult to fathom, is analogous to the depths of the great ocean. The significance of the light rays of lucidity gathering is understood to be analogous to the orb of the sun itself. Because it is free of conceptual limits, the secret mantra approach is said to be the most majestic of skillful means. Due to the sun of awareness rising within the realm of emptiness, the five unchanging kayas arise directly from the mandala of the great, undiminishing treasure. They present a non-dual display within a non-conceptual state. On the level of truth, the five mind-body aggregates, without being deliberately structured, are revealed as a magical display of appearances, however they manifest. The three kayas are subsumed within me, the all-creating one. All phenomena, however they manifest, have three uncontrived aspects: nature, essence, and responsiveness. I reveal these three kayas to be my suchness. awareness, difficult for anyone to realize, is subtle, hard to comprehend, and seen by no one. It cannot be reified, but is equally present everywhere as the expanse of naturally occurring well-being. It arises as the display of samsara and nirvana within a continuous context. All phenomena are awakened mind, and to use a metaphor, the universal metaphor, their nature is like space, which is also the ultimate meaning of awakened mind. Space, air, water, earth, and fire. These five are the superb manifest aspect of the Buddhahood within awakened mind. The manifestations of the three planes of conditioned existence, the five paths, and the six classes of beings are also the manifest aspect of Buddhahood, which is not affected by the consequences of karma. The three realms are timelessly the form, speech, and mind of enlightenment. And so, just as there is nothing in the entire universe, the universe of all appearances and possibilities, that does not abide within the realm of space, so too, the enormous scope of the vast expanse of awakened mind is such that Buddhas, ordinary beings, and the entire universe are present therein. Everything that occurs, perceptions based on confusion, is my mind. Everything that abides, perceptions based on confusion, is my enlightened mind. Everything that manifests, perceptions based on confusion, is my enlightened form. Everything that is audible, perceptions based on confusion, is my enlightened speech. Ah, the all-creating monarch, teacher of teachers, arrays the heart essence as the mandala of enlightened form. However phenomena appear and remain, they are all arrayed within the realm of the unborn basic space of phenomena. Moreover, because there is no acceptance or rejection with regard to the ultimate meaning of this heart essence, I, the all-creating one, have also arrayed them. The all-creating monarch, teacher of teachers, arrays the heart essence as the mandala of enlightened speech. However phenomena are audible and endure, they are all arrayed through words as enlightened speech within the realm of unborn basic space. This essence is subsumed within indescribable enlightened speech. The all-creating monarch has also arrayed this. The all-creating monarch, teacher of teachers, arrays the heart essence as the mandala of awareness. All consciousness, all thoughts, whatever their content, one is aware of them as the ultimate meaning of the unborn, all-creating one. The enlightened form, speech, and mind of me, the all-creating one, are the threefold mandala of resting without contrivance in genuine being, not deliberately arranged, but perfect all at once. With this realization, one enters into the ultimate meaning of the spontaneously present heart essence. Like dream images, like magical illusions, like mirages of castles in the air. Thus it is said, do things originate? Thus do they endure, and thus are they destroyed. The all-encompassing state of infinite pervasiveness is the sublime ultimate meaning of the heart essence. Sense objects are perceived within the state of equalness and dissolve into the naturally occurring state. The meaning of boundlessness is experienced as that state of self-knowing and supremely blissful awareness. The manifestation of the essence of being is subsumed within the expanse of the kayas. The all-pervasive nature of being is a boundless manifestation within basic space. Inexhaustible, it occurs naturally, free of the limitations of elaboration. It is the infinitely pervasive nature of lucidity, the unity of basic space and awareness. It is beyond being an object, neither a creator nor something created. It displays itself in everything, the consummate, natural manifestation of spontaneous presence. The all-creating monarch, teacher of teachers, has uttered a prophecy to the authentic retinue. The way sensory appearances manifest leads one to a definitive conclusion concerning the uncontrived heart essence, the root of all phenomena. If one fathoms the ultimate meaning of the single nature of this heart essence, one realizes that the nature of everything is subsumed within that all-creating one. Due to the nature of me, all creating enlightenment, the three kayas, the heart essence of all victorious ones, are naturally and spontaneously present without having to be sought. My uncontrived nature is ensured as Dharmakaya. My uncontrived essence as Sambhogakaya, and my fully evident responsiveness as Nirmanakaya. I do not reveal these three to be results ensured by being sought. The three kayas are subsumed within me, the all-creating one. All phenomena, however they manifest, have three uncontrived aspects: nature, essence and responsiveness. I reveal these three kayas to be my suchness. Ordinary beings are truly Buddhas, but this fact is obscured by adventitious distortions. Once these are removed, truly there is Buddhahood. The ultimate meaning is expressed within a single awareness. The three kayas manifest as the essence of victorious ones. From the kayas occurs the miraculous expression of timeless awareness. There is neither manifest nor non-manifest. It is free of the extremes of realization and a lack of it. Illuminating timeless awareness abides as the essence of being. The elements are the embodiment of what is unsullied by conditions. Illuminating timeless awareness displays itself in everything, totally free of spiritual paths, innumerable though they may be. Within the vast range of worlds in a 3,000-fold universe, however many mandalas of enlightened form there are, they are all, without exception, clearly apparent as sensory appearances. within the vast range of worlds in the 3,000-fold universe, however many mandalas of enlightened speech there are, they are all, without exception, revealed in what is audible. Within the vast range of worlds in the 3,000-fold universe, however many mandalas of enlightened mind there are, they are all, without exception, pristine in light of realization. Enlightened form, speech, and Vajra mind, from what is not manifest, everything manifests. Buddhahood is the kayas and the radiance of timeless awareness. Sensory appearances are present as awareness's own manifestations. Samantabhadra is self-knowing awareness. There is not a single thing that does not come from me. I am Samantabhadra, all that occurs. I am Samantabhadra, the guiding principle. There is not a single thing that I do not reveal. Different natures come from me. I am Samantabhadra, the nature of being. I am free of conventional designations. I am Samantabhadra, the state of oneness. The 5 aspects of supreme illumination are perfect in me. I am Samantabhadra, the supreme ruler. I bring about liberation into pure realms. I am Samantabhadra, the liberator. Whatever manifests is perfect within my mind. I am Samantabhadra, realization. however many beings there are, whether inferior, middling, or superior. The Sugata has stated that they all come from the non-recognition of awareness. The root of the non-recognition of awareness, without having to be examined, is determined never to involve confusion. But none of this is perceived in any way by anyone. Moreover, with all the coarse elements naturally cleared away from the very beginning, there are no longer any realms of ordinary beings, for these are naturally cleared away. In the timeless non-existence of one's body lies the awareness that it has never existed and never will. Like a rope being perceived as a snake, from reification, so that things seem to be what they are not. Both the inanimate universe and the life it contains are formed. But upon examination, there is just a rope. Timelessly, the universe is emptiness. The ultimate is expressed in the relative. The perception of the snake is convincing enough as a perception but the perception of the rope is the valid one. For example, like a bird perched on high, the nature of the two levels of truth is such that the ordinary world is merely relative. It has no connection with what is authentic. Everything is free within the essence of the basic space of emptiness. I do not explain that there is some ultimately true phenomenon or higher plane. There is no confusion, nor is enlightenment attained by gaining realization on the path. Moreover, naturally occurring, timeless awareness itself is free of the limitations of words. There is no Buddha, and who creates the fetters that bind? There is no name for, let alone the possibility of, confusion or non-recognition for any being. Therefore, since nothing has ever been freed, freeing later on is a fallacy. For anyone who posits a goal when it is said that the path has no basis, liberation remains obscured precisely because of this supposition. Emptiness and lucidity, existence and non-existence, affirmation and negation, cause and effect. There are no such extremes as these 4 pairs of 8 factors. This is analogous to the realm of space. Nothing binds, for there is no bondage, nor is there anything to be bound. With no bondage, there can be no total freedom. In order to teach the timelessly and spontaneously perfect Dharma, myriad emanations occur. Mind is never subject to extremes. To whom can samsara and lower states of rebirth appear ever to have existed? Without true existence, like dreams, magical illusions, and castles in the air, they are false appearances. It is impossible for them to have the impact of truth. Since Buddhahood does not exist, not even the name Buddha exists. Conditioned existence is just a label for phenomena thus imputed have been transcended. At the feet of the sacred master, respectfully, I pay homage. Although you have gained this life of freedom and advantage, it will not last. So keep in mind these instructions for the moment of death. Now, during this intermediate period of the bardo of this life, decide with complete certainty that the wisdom of your own awareness is Dharmakaya. And sustaining the ongoing experience of its self-radiance, the meditation which is naturally clear. Everything will only enhance naturally arising wisdom. During the bardo of dying, when the four elements dissolve, there will be the illusory experiences of rising and falling, shaking and haziness. And the dissolution of earth, water, fire, wind, and space. The sense faculties, too, will cease to function. At that time, remind yourself, now I am dying, but there is no need to fear. Examine, what is death? Who is dying? Where does dying take place? Death is merely the return of borrowed elements. In the face of Rigpa, the knowledge of the ground itself, there is no birth or death. Within the very form of the Dharmakaya of primordial purity, the union of Rigpa and emptiness. Examine, what is death? Who is dying? Where does dying take place? As dying exists nowhere, it is absolutely unreal. In the experience of this, generate courage and confidence. The arising of Rigpa is not obstructed in any way. Earth, water, fire, wind, and consciousness dissolve into space. When space dissolves into pure luminosity, the six consciousnesses dissolve into the basis of all, the Dharma Dhatu. As awareness parts from the inanimate, there is an experience of pure awareness, devoid of phenomena. Separated from the ordinary mind, the great primordial purity of Dharmakaya dawns. Through having recognized this here and now in training, you will be freed directly, in a single instant. And gain the Dharmakaya of twofold purity. This is how it dawns. But should you fail to recognize it, thereafter clear light appearances, manifestations of the ground, will arise. Sounds, lights, and colours, peaceful and wrathful ones filling the sky. By recognizing all these appearances as Rigpa's self-radiance, you will be freed in the original state and attain awakening. It is crucial, therefore, to recognize everything as intrinsic radiance. Through recognizing the essence, you will gain enlightenment. This is how it all arises. But should you fail to recognize it, the dreamlike bardo of becoming will dawn. At that time, by recalling a pure land and taking refuge in the Lama and the Yidam deity, some will find freedom in a pure Buddha paradise. And some will gain the 7 qualities of birth in a higher realm, and be assured of gaining liberation in the next life. Therefore, this most profound essence of instructions, which is like placing Buddhahood in the palm of the hand, will delight the fortunate children of my heart. This, the Yogin of the natural great perfection, Longchen Rabjang, has set down. Through this virtue, may all beings, equal to the vastness of space, become fully enlightened within the primordial realm. Homage to glorious Vajrasattva. All things emerging from the state of evenness unborn are but the great display of primal wisdom, non-dual and illusory. Through never being parted from this unborn state, I bow down to the nature of my mind, the King, who from the first is self-arisen. That you may understand the perfect teaching of the Conqueror, that all things are by nature the two aspects of illusion. Here I have distilled the sappy essence of the sutras, tantras, pith instructions. Listen, I shall set it forth as I myself experience it. The ground's expanse beyond all change, the vast sky of the nature of the mind, is empty, luminous, and free from mind's elaboration. Therein, like the sun, the moon, and all the stars, the pure, unstained phenomena of Buddhahood are present of themselves. The threefold Kaya, never sundered from the five primordial wisdoms, and all the qualities of luminosity naturally complete. This primal, fundamental, natural state is said to be the entirely pure illusion of the ground. Within this ground, through co-emergent ignorance, like sleep that brings forth dreams, which are like clouds of momentary illusion, and through conceptual ignorance, the mind impaired by apprehension of duality, where there is no duality, there appear the various false appearances of the 6 migrations, similar to dreams. though non-existent, yet appearing still. Beings feel different pains and pleasures, habits gained through long, protracted time. Places, bodies, property, and more are but their mind's experience. Joys and pains, the wages of both good and evil deeds, resemble drawings traced in varying forms. And from one delusion, many more are spawned. Apprehended thus in multiplicity, these false appearances arise in seamless continuity. Amo, existence is, by nature, like a dream. Within the single nature of the self-arisen mind, through ignorance's sleep, a dualistic subject-object apprehension of false appearances occurs. These dream visions, manifold and various, are nothing other than the mind itself. Illusions that arise through false perception. This, the conqueror himself has said. To those intoxicated by datura, various things appear, hallucinations one and all. Through the intoxication likewise of the sleep of ignorance, the 6 migrations manifest to the deluded mind. Now, therefore, you should understand they are not truly there. From deluded thought derives perception, equally deluded, and thence delusory appearances. Not true, not false, not both. Beyond the ordinary mind, They should in truth be named awareness, self-arisen, self-cognizing. They are without identity, without existence, a vast expanse where all extremes subside. Know them to be similar to space, the wisdom mind of the victorious ones. Things are dreamlike. In the very moment they appear, no intrinsic being do they have at all. And yet their features are not lost. To their appearance, there's no hindrance. Carefully investigate these false and momentary forms. In every aspect, empty. They are neither false nor true, not existent, yet not non-existent. Beyond all ontological extremes. They are like space, beyond both thought and word. Know that they are pure primordially. Thus, by means of such a view, you gain clear understanding that all things in samsara and nirvana are like dreams. I shall now explain how, through your meditation, you will bring this into your experience. Adopt a cross-legged posture on a pleasant seat. Take refuge and engender bodhicitta. Now think. Intensely meditate that in the state of emptiness, of perfect evenness, all things appear like magical illusions. Then visualize above your head, upon the center of a lotus, and on discs of sun and moon, amid a host of deities and dakinis, your own root teacher, never separate from the teachers of the lineage. Make offerings and praise, and pray that you may train successfully in seeing all things as a dream. Then yourself and all phenomenal existence dissolve in light that melts into your teacher. Rest then for a moment in a space-like state of meditation. Blessings, realization thus will naturally occur. Then meditate according to the main part of the practice. Tell yourself repeatedly, grow used to it, that outwardly all mountains, valleys, regions, towns, the earth, fire, water, wind, and space, sentient beings and the rest, the 5 sense objects, form, sound, texture, smell, and taste. And inwardly, the body, faculties of sense, and consciousness are nothing more than dreams. All past things occurring till today are mental objects, just like last night's dreams. Today's appearances, perceived yet non-existent, are but the mind's delusion. They're just like what you dreamt about last night and what you'll dream about tonight. The things that will appear tomorrow and the night that follows after are but dreams in store. Remember this, that all things that appear, the joy you want, the pain that you prevent, are simply dreams. Not even for an instant should you think them true. When moving, sitting, eating, walking, speaking, tell yourself with undistracted mindfulness, it's all a dream. Whatever may appear, whatever you may do or think, never lose the thought that it is but a dream. All is without true existence, intangible, uncertain, evanescent, insubstantial, indefinable. Train yourself in this great state in which there's nothing to be grasped. Through thinking that the object to be apprehended is a dream, a false appearance, the cognition of the apprehended is removed, and the apprehender too, by implication. For if the object is negated, so too is the subject. This mind that estimates appearances as dreams, if now and then you really search for it, out or in, or somewhere in between, there's no way to identify it, no point on which to set your bearings. There is a state of openness, like boundless space. Devoid of the wild frenzy of your memories and plans. Awareness, luminous and empty, free of all conceptual construction, arises of its own accord. When the apprehender ceases, the apprehended also is no more. When the subject has withdrawn, all holding of an object vanishes. Then there is no link with an appearing object. The framework of discernment falls away. Then there's simply primal wisdom, non-dual, self-arisen. When indeed you realize and grow used to this, because the apprehended and the apprehender are averted, the assumption that the object and the mind are real subsides, and an experience then arises where there is no apprehension of appearing things as being this or that. All that appears arises rootless and primordially empty. This is the pristine, fundamental nature. By degrees, the apprehension of appearing objects as being truly this or that is, impure dependent nature, is arrested, and pure dependent nature is then actualized. It is like the vanishing of deluded dreams at the moment when one wakes from sleep. Then, in the primordial ground, manifest enlightenment occurs. Hallucinations are not present in the past. They are not present in the future. It is only now that they appear. They are perceived, yet from the moment of appearing, they are without existence. Non-existent, they appear to the deluded mind according to its habits. And yet by nature, they're primordially pure. They resemble dreams. When you are not sleeping, when you are awake, the things appearing in your dreams do not exist. Only in your sleep do they occur. And in the moment they appear, they have no real existence. In just the same way, you should understand the non-existent things that yet appear have neither ground nor root. Meditating strongly in this way by day, at night as you are sinking into sleep upon a comfortable bed, stretch out on your right side as the Lord lay down before he passed beyond all sorrow, breathing very slowly and with steady gaze. Visualize within your heart a crystal sphere in which there is a letter A, white in colour and ablaze with light. It is the size of your own thumb, becoming even smaller as you concentrate on it. Without distraction, bear in mind that it is like a dream. In this way, dreamlike luminosity will manifest. At first, when you have frightening nightmares, recall that they are dreams. Your fear will dissipate at once. To recognize one's dreams as dreams is to be concentrated, it is said. While in the state of dreaming, this practitioners should understand. Train then to recognize that all dreams are unreal. Appearances of things without existence are no more than the mind's delusion, dreamlike and ungraspable. Since they are neither true nor false, know then that they transcend the reach of ordinary mind. Concerning the assumption and the transformation of a form while dreaming, assume the form of Brahma, of the Buddha, of a Bodhisattva, or of something else, according to your wish. Thus train yourself and place yourself within their unreality. Then, in successive moments, change your form according to your wish, from Brahma into Indra, or else from a divine into a human being. Meditate upon the unreality of all such forms. Then multiply all such appearances, 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000-fold. Train yourself in mastery of antidotes that subdue all that is to be subdued. Then you may journey in your dreams to pure fields, various lands and realms, to Akanishta, and wherever you may wish. And there you will behold the Sugatas. Listen to their stainless words and train yourself in wisdom, concentration, clouds of Dharanis. Through your training, thus with mindfulness, continually, both day and night, all this will come to pass. For this is the unfailing quality of your awareness, which thus will be made manifest. All this is the essential pith of teachings most profound. Meditating thus by day and night upon your dreams, you will escape the snare of thinking that phenomena are truly real. Through fences, walls, and mountains, you will pass unhindered. You will gain unnumbered wondrous powers, clairvoyance, concentrations, innumerable experiences you'll have and realizations, and sublime, primordial wisdom will arise. you will come at last to the primordial expanse, the nature of the mind, and gain the dreamlike twofold goal: the Dharmakaya for your own sake, and the Rupakaya for the sake of others. Meditate, therefore, that all is like a dream.
own will fulfill their needs. I'm from the beginning of practicing meditation in 1999. I have been facing with the endless greed of the meditators and needy people. In the beginning, I don't know how to solve that problem. But because of practicing meditation, I I came to understand that is the nature of the mind of the people. We cannot stop for sure, but we should not reject, but we should detach. Detach means we trying to know the selfless impermanent nature of the greed, of the present greed of our mind. I have been detaching from greed, anger, and delusion of the community mind. In this way, I can save greater merits and I can solve, I can change many people to practice like this. If they are not detaching, they will be attaching. If there is attaching, there will be endless needs or problem. Only by detaching from their own greed, anger, and delusion, there will be less and less greed, anger, and delusion, and they can survive by themselves. This is the same for everyone. For those who attach on meditation, because of their attachment, they don't they could not follow the middle way. For those who went to get success in their life because of their attachment, they are not successful. So doing good deeds together or working together by giving and receiving, we can know the present attachment of community mind, collective mind, and then only by knowing collective attachment, we are able to detach with the knowing of selfless impermanent nature, the same selfless impermanent nature. In this way, there will be less and less attachment. Later, they will survive. Now, many new meditators, many new nuns, if they can detach, they don't need my help. They can survive by themselves. They need my help less and less. Finally, they can survive by themselves. If they attach, they will always need my help. If they cannot survive by themselves with their own merits, they will stop practicing meditation. They will destroy.
Thank you, Sada. Dạ. Dạ. Cái đó để chắc về nhà dịch thêm. Thì như ngài chuẩn bị ngài đến giờ ngài vô sân rồi. Dạ. She has the last question. In this trip.
Vì là con thấy Việt Nam nó cũng cúng dường rất là nhiều.
Dạ.
Nhưng con thấy ở Việt Nam không biết nhân quả của Việt Nam như nào, thấy trung tâm Hawaii là chưa có tác dụng của Việt Nam. Dạ. Con thấy ở Việt Nam Việt Nam nhiều Kim Sơn cũng có.
Dạ.
Các vị con thấy cúng dường cũng rất là lớn mà Việt Nam thấy cái lần
She has a concern that Vietnamese they are making a lot of donation, but not many Tabawa center in Vietnam. Like for example, like Miss Kim Sung, she has been donating a lot like that. So what is the cause and effect here? Why not many Tabawa center in Vietnam? So or Tabawa center Vietnam is not much developing. Even Vietnamese done a lot. Yeah.
In the past, we do good deeds by ourselves together with Vietnamese donor and meditator. At that time, not much concerning with Vietnamese government. That's why Power center in Vietnam could not survive for a long time. But we got greater blessing. From 2023, we are working together with Vietnamese government also. With the help of Sally and Nada. And that's why more and more near to create new Devawa center. When there is right time. Now we are following the guiding of Sally Dhammananda. We know the government way of doing good deeds. But it will take time. But it will be good for a long time. For example, before I ordained as a monk, some of the monks suggest me to establish my own monastery or meditation center. Before I ordained as a monk. But I I'm not I was not urgent. And besides, I can detach from the idea of creating my own meditation center urgently. In this way, I have been teaching meditation for five years continuously without my own monastery or meditation center. Because of teaching meditation for 5 years in many places with many people, we can save greater merits and many uh, many experience about monastery, meditation center, Dhamma hall, more and more. In this way, only in 2007, uh, we could successfully created the first Vadavawa center in 45th Street, downtown of Yangon. So we are late. We were late to create our own meditation center for 5 years, but we can create, but we have time to save more and more merits. And then we can emphasize teamwork. That's why we could successfully create the first power center in 2007 by purchasing 8 apartments of the 16 apartment building. Besides, we can create more and more new meditation center also. Because of creating meditation center, only when saving enough merits and experience and lesson. If we start creating meditation center urgently, we need to be urgent all the time. In this way, there will be many side effects also. Because of creating meditation center patiently, and together with many people, many donors, we could start the first the first full-time meditation center of our own in the right time, right place, with the right people. Vietnam is not easy to create meditation center legally. That's why it will take time, but we are following the guiding of the government. That's why it is sure to develop more and more of our center in Vietnam in the future. At that time, Happy Valleys can also use as the power center. Some of the Happy Valleys can also use as the power center. It used to happen. It is used to happen like this. Now, they are difficult to open as meditation center. That's why they open as Happy Village. Later, Happy Village can develop as full-time meditation center.
In Vietnam, we also has a very famous teacher, meditation teacher. He's a monk, but now he has two passports, Vietnam and US. So really hard to open a public meditation center for him, even though he's very famous.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of donor, a lot of resources. Yes, yeah,
But we are helping the most needy people of the society. We are fulfilling the need of the people more and more. That's why our needs will be fulfilled for sure in one way or another. This is the good point of our center.
dạ. Thì chia sẻ về cái câu hỏi của cô đó là ở trong quá khứ thì chúng tôi làm thiện pháp một mình cùng với những thí chủ Việt Nam và các hành giả Việt Nam, và không có liên quan liên đới tới chính phủ Việt Nam. Ở đây tức là Ngài chỉ làm việc với thí chủ và hành giả thôi, chứ không có bất cứ cái hoạt động nào liên quan đến giáo hội hay là đến chính phủ Việt Nam mình hết. Không có những cái mối quan hệ kiểu như vậy. Và do đó thì trung tâm Thabawa tại Việt Nam không thể tồn tại lâu dài. Hồi xưa đã từng có một cái ở Hồ Chí Minh rồi vân vân. Nhưng mà chúng tôi đã có được cái bài học tuyệt vời. Và từ năm 2023 thì chúng tôi có làm việc với chính phủ Việt Nam với sự giúp đỡ của một sư cô. Và chúng ta đang ngày càng tiến gần tới cái việc mở những cái trung tâm Thabawa mới khi mà nó đúng thời. Bây giờ thì chúng ta đang đi theo cái sự hướng dẫn của sư cô đó, và chúng ta biết cái cách làm thiện pháp, cái cách mà chính phủ làm thiện pháp, cái cách giáo hội làm thiện pháp. Nhưng mà nó sẽ cần thời gian, nó sẽ tốt về lâu dài. Ví dụ ở đây thì trước khi mà thầy xuất gia thì có một vài những cái chư tăng gợi ý cho thầy là thành lập cái tu viện hay là cái trung tâm thiền của thầy. Đó là trước khi thầy xuất gia. Nhưng mà thầy không có vội vàng, thầy không có hấp tấp. Thầy có thể xả ly khỏi cái ý tưởng là phải tạo ra một cái trung tâm thiền, một cái cách vội vàng hấp tấp, khẩn cấp. Bằng cách này thì thầy giảng dạy thiền trong 5 năm liên tục mà không có cái tu viện hay là cái trung tâm của thầy. Vì dạy thiền trong 5 năm ở rất là nhiều nơi, cho rất là nhiều người, thì thầy và mọi người có thể tích lũy được những cái phước báu công đức tuyệt vời nhất, thù thắng nhất, cùng với có rất là nhiều những cái kinh nghiệm, những cái trải nghiệm ở các tu viện, ở các trung tâm thiền khác nhau, ở các thiền đường khác nhau, ngày một nhiều hơn. Bằng cách này thì vào năm 2007 thì thầy có thể thành công để mà thiết lập cái trung tâm Thapawa đầu tiên ở đường số 45 ở Yangon. Nếu mà tính ra thì là khá là trễ để mà thành lập một cái trung tâm thiền sau đến 5 năm. Nhưng mà thầy và mọi người thì đã có cái thời gian để mà tích lũy thêm nhiều công đức phước báu, và sau đó thì thầy có thể chú trọng vào làm việc nhóm. Do đó thì thầy và mọi người đã thành công để tạo ra trung tâm Thapawa đầu tiên vào năm 2007 bằng việc là mua 8 căn hộ trong một cái tòa nhà mà có 16 căn hộ. Ngoài ra thì chúng ta có thể thành lập thêm nhiều trung tâm ngày một nhiều hơn những trung tâm Thapawa, bởi vì chúng ta chỉ thành lập trung tâm thiền khi mà chúng ta đã tích lũy đủ phước báu, kinh nghiệm và những cái bài học. Nếu mà chúng ta bắt đầu mà thiền vội vàng thì chúng ta sẽ luôn luôn cứ vội vàng, và do đó thì nó sẽ có những cái tác dụng phụ. Bởi vì mở trung tâm thiền một cái cách kiên nhẫn, từ từ với rất là nhiều các thí chủ, chúng tôi thì có thể bắt đầu cái trung tâm thiền toàn thời gian đầu tiên của chúng tôi vào đúng thời điểm, đúng nơi chốn và với đúng những con người đó. Ở đây Ngài muốn nói là nếu mình không có đủ phước ấy, thì mình làm thì nó cũng rất là khó làm, nó cũng sẽ dễ để mà có những cái tác dụng phụ. Việt Nam thì không hề dễ dàng để thành lập những cái trung tâm thiền. Do đó thì nó sẽ cần thời gian, và chúng ta đang đi theo cái sự hướng dẫn của chính phủ, của chính quyền, và nó chắc chắn sẽ ngày càng có nhiều trung tâm Thapawa hơn ở Việt Nam trong tương lai. Lúc đó thì làng hạnh phúc cũng có thể được sử dụng là trung tâm Thapawa. Thật ra thì nó đã từng là như vậy rồi, và bây giờ thì khó để mà mở được trung tâm thiền. Do đó thì họ mới mở làng hạnh phúc. Sau này thì làng hạnh phúc có thể phát triển thành trung tâm thiền toàn thời gian. Và chúng ta thì đang giúp đỡ những người mà cần nhất ở trong xã hội, những người cần được giúp đỡ nhất. Chúng ta đang đáp ứng, đang làm thành tựu những cái nhu cầu của người khác. Do đó thì những cái nhu cầu của chúng ta, những cái mong muốn của chúng ta sẽ được đáp ứng, sẽ được thành tựu chắc chắn. Và đó chính là một trong những cái điểm tốt của trung tâm Thapawa. Nên là mình giúp người khác thành tựu thì mình cũng sẽ thành tựu. Dạ.
Qua thăm Phổ Yến, trong chuyến đi này con có phải đến Việt Sư và con kêu đi. Con xin tri ân và sáng con chúc cho Việt Sư và chúng cùng tăng ni và sức khỏe trên con sống.
If she makes any mistake in this trip, so please forgive her. And she appreciate your teaching, everything. Dạ. Ngài không giận ai bao giờ hết, yên tâm. Dạ. Với lại hồi nãy sư có chia sẻ với Ngài là ở Việt Nam có một vị thầy rất là nổi tiếng như thầy Minh Niệm. Thầy thầy Minh Niệm. Thầy Minh Niệm là cực kỳ nổi tiếng luôn. Những cái chương trình của thầy có khi 3.000.
Cradled in a cloud of fable, Tibet, the land of snows, was a place unknown to the world beyond its mountain walls for nearly a millennium. Exotic tales abounded of this unearthly people on the vast plateau embraced by the Himalayan mountains. But it was not a land to be entered abruptly by outsiders. Inaccessible and remote, Tibet remained a mysterious figment in Western imagination. When the first expeditions of Westerners entered the Forbidden Land in the late 19th century, they brought back the first images the outside world had ever seen. They were images that provoked the fantastic tales even more. It seemed Westerners wanted to believe in the mythical Shangri-La, a temperate Asian land sheltered from the outside, governed by a philosophy of compassion and nonviolence, free from hardship or strife. If similar in philosophy, the physical reality of Tibet was far more complex. Life on Earth's highest plateau was one of harsh contrast, a place where natural riches were matched by unimaginable rigors. Its first inhabitants were nomads who slowly adapted to high-altitude extremities. Even for these rugged people, at 15,000 feet, their eyes could literally dry up from the brittle intensity of the sun. A sudden hailstorm could destroy a season's work or scatter herds in seconds. Their early history was marked by fierce wars among tribes and outsiders. Life expectancy was brief. They were a people with an acute sense of life's impermanence and suffering. It is not hard to understand why the Tibetans, whose outward conditions were so severe and changeable, came to look inward for a sense of permanence and peace. The king who had finally united them as a people wished to unite them in faith as well. He invited a charismatic leader from India, Padmasambhava, to bring Buddhism to his land. Tibetans had believed in a host of deities, both benevolent and wrathful. Overcoming sabotage from the leaders of this religion, known as Bon, was the challenge. Padmasambhava succeeded by blending these beliefs with the teachings of the Dharma, or Buddhist scriptures. Instead of casting the deities out, he creatively recast them as guardians and symbols of the Buddha's teaching. The result was a unique Himalayan hybrid of Buddhism. The lavish rituals and imagery of their former faith remained on the exterior, but the teachings of Buddhism slowly claimed the minds of the Tibetans. They came to embrace the Buddhist view of life as a continual stream of death and reincarnation, a cycle in which human birth represents a precious opportunity to make the moral choices that will determine one's destiny in the next life. Reincarnation in a lower realm of existence, into another human life, or ultimately into nirvana, a state of freedom from the suffering of physical existence. The beliefs profoundly changed the Tibetans' sense of morality. The social system and aristocracy of their past remained, but the new beliefs infused that system with a new benevolence. Nonviolence and compassion toward one another and outsiders was the new standard. And the degree to which Tibetans integrated these beliefs into their everyday lives grew to be the signature of their culture. Accumulating merit and purging past negative actions to ensure a good rebirth became part of daily ritual. Pilgrimages to sacred places came to include thousands of prostrations, a symbolic laying down of individual ego. Prayers were inscribed on flags and strung in long lines to flutter over homes and temples, their message of hope for the liberation of all earthly beings to be carried on the wind across the world. Reciting prayers was accompanied by the constant spinning of prayer wheels, a symbol of goodwill and loving kindness spinning outward toward all beings. Life, literally, revolved around their beliefs. As a community, they sponsored monasteries for the study and practice of Buddhist teachings. These vast structures were homes for tens of thousands of monks and nuns, publishing centers for all Tibetan society, and libraries for ancient texts. Unlike the more ascetic forms of Buddhism, the Tibetan version embraced the arts and sciences as tools toward understanding the infinite. Drama, music, art, astronomy, philosophy, and medicine were all taught at the monasteries. At the height of Tibetan civilization, the monasteries numbered over 6,000, with 1 in every 6 Tibetans becoming part of monastic life. Study began in the earliest years. Earning the equivalent of a doctoral degree could demand 20 years or more. The monks became the keepers of knowledge for all Tibetan society, and the thread linking all generations was a tradition of discipleship. One elder teacher or lama passing the teachings on to monks who, in turn, themselves became lamas. The new Buddhist beliefs also produced the most fascinating of Tibetans, the yogis. Unlike the Hindu yogi, performing contortions for the public, the achievements of the Tibetan yogi were achievements of the mind, unseen by others. The Tibetan yogi was a monk or layperson who, having studied the teachings of the Buddha as a scholar, wanted to actually experience their promise within his own mind, a state of existence called enlightenment. For the aspiring yogi, attaining enlightenment meant gaining an earthly preview of the bliss of nirvana. Through intensive mental and physical exercises in remote caves or huts, their goal was to rise above the suffering of samsara, or physical life, and discover the purest nature of consciousness. In their quest, meditation retreats could last for years. For centuries, Tibetans revered these yogis as the most mystical people in their society. They supported their pursuit of enlightenment by providing the monasteries with food, clothing, and currency. The yogis inspired Tibetans with the hope that freedom from the suffering of physical life might indeed be attainable. Over the course of centuries, spiritual and state leadership converged. Tibetans began a tradition of identifying those among them believed to be reincarnations of the Buddha of compassion. Among them, one would be named Dalai Lama, literally ocean teacher, implying depth and breadth of wisdom. Eventually, the one identified as the reincarnation of His Holiness the Dalai Lama would take his place as temporal leader of Tibet. The symbolic seat of this mystical government became the Potala, a majestic monastery looming over the legendary capital city of Lhasa. Well into the 20th century, Tibetans remained virtually untouched by the modern world. The threatening thunder of a human storm grew louder in Tibet as the 20th century progressed. The Communist Revolution swept China, and with it came a surge of interest in controlling the land of Tibet. Invoking past diplomatic ties between Tibet and Imperial China's various monarchies, Mao Zedong used these as a thin pretext for claiming Tibet's strategic location, rich geologic resources, and the headwaters of key Asian rivers. In 1949, he announced that Tibet would be returned to the motherland, vowing to fill the region with 60 million Chinese within 10 years. Under the guise of liberating the Tibetans from an archaic way of life, the Army of the People's Republic began invading villages and monasteries. The tensions of their initial occupation and opposition to religion grew into an increasingly brutal campaign to replace Tibetan practices and people with their own. The world had not yet absorbed the shock of Hitler's Holocaust, when a new one had ignited in Tibet. The degree of the destruction is difficult to comprehend or communicate. As the invasion swept across their country, Tibetans who proclaimed allegiance to the Dalai Lama were imprisoned, tortured, or killed, often in exceedingly gruesome ways. Over 1 million Tibetans lost their lives, a fifth of the population. All but a few of the 6,000 monasteries were destroyed, bonfires made of their libraries, mockery made of their artwork and icons. The Dalai Lama, through all this, was Tenzin Gyatso, identified as a boy on a Tibetan farm. Remarkably, he was able to complete his rigorous studies despite the invasion, and Tibetans placed him in charge as a young teen, hoping he could reclaim their country. After his many attempts to negotiate with the Chinese, Tibetans feared their beloved leader would soon be kidnapped and killed. In a dramatic escape, the Dalai Lama was taken out of Tibet under disguise across the mountains to India, where he was given refuge and established a government in exile in Dharamsala. Chinese cruelty escalated in the years following the escape of the Dalai Lama, prompting a flood of Tibetans following His Holiness to India for refuge. Among them were a number of their revered yogis. After decades, the memory of that dark passage remains vivid.
After His Holiness the Dalai Lama departed for India, then the class struggle and purge started, and all those who had name, fame, or prosperity were purged. They were beaten up, their hair plucked, their ears chopped off. And I thought to myself, when we talk in terms of hell, this must be the real hell. Then those who did not have either name, fame, or prosperity, they were rationed a certain amount of land. Then a couple of years down the road, the Chinese would turn around and say, "Where did you get all these? You must be part of the class system." There was a lot of pain and suffering. I was in Chinese prison for nearly 20 years. In the prison, instead of going to sleep, I would make a conscious effort to sit up and meditate. On Sundays, it was mandatory for everyone to sleep and keep quiet. And I would pretend that I was sleeping, but in my mind, I would meditate and quietly recite the mantras. When I left my homeland, there were about 3,000 in my group. When we reached India, there were only about 500 left. Many were killed on the way by the Chinese. Many died because of hardship in the journey, and many went back to Tibet. Many days we had to go without food, and also many people got hurt. If it had been under normal circumstances, the same trip would have taken 3 months. But because it was an escape during a war, it took 2 years. We had to defend ourselves against the Chinese 9 times on the way. The 4th time, my father was caught by the Chinese.
In the decades since the invasion, Tibetans in exile have attempted to recreate their life as it once was. In the Indian Himalayas, there remain places sacred to Tibetans from long ago in their history that have taken on a new preciousness since the destruction of their homeland. They've also established new monasteries and schools in refugee communities throughout India. The government in exile remains in Dharamsala, working to help their people rebuild their lives. At the center of their hopes remains His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. In the decades that have passed since fleeing the Chinese, he has accomplished what his predecessors would never have imagined: worldwide recognition as one of the most extraordinary scholars, statesmen, and humanitarians of our time.
Our nation, Tibetan people, passing through very, very difficult situation, very difficult period. The period almost one ancient nation with unique and rich cultural heritage as well as spiritual heritage, now almost dying. I think, very firstly, as a quite human nature, when someone, you see, who get all power, then eventually power spoil or destroy one's own sort of good quality. Then secondly, I think unfortunately, the totalitarian regimes, the communist sort of society or government system, is the dictatorship actually, I think, legalized, isn't it? So once you see this certain sort of structure, created that way, then the system or the structure itself, sometimes I think help, to produce that kind of the person. Now I think the democratic China with open society, freedom of religious belief, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of information. I think that is the not only interest of the world community, but Chinese people themselves.
But the destructive actions of the Chinese Communist government have not been stopped after decades of diplomatic effort on the part of the Tibetans. And as they watch the flame of their culture slowly being extinguished in their native land, the tradition of the yogis is also being extinguished. Despite the presence of monasteries and monks in exile, the complete cultural environment that produced the mind masters of the past no longer exists. Without the unbroken lineages of yoga teaching yogi, without the vast stretches of time to spend years in isolated retreat free from earthly distractions, and mostly without the devoted support of the ancient Tibetan civilization, the tradition of the yogis is nearing extinction. Once the most reclusive people in the world, they are coming forward now with unprecedented candor to preserve their legacy of 1,000 years. Living out their lives amongst us are the last of the master yogis of Tibet. To grasp the loss at stake with the loss of the master yogis, it is vital to understand what they have contributed to human development during their unique history. While the most advanced thinkers in the West developed the physical sciences to improve the outward state of humanity, the yogis developed a science of the mind to improve the inward state of humanity. Improving the emotional and moral response of the mind was their lofty goal, to transform patterns of thinking and alter patterns of acting by conquering anger, aggression, greed, pride, jealousy, even subdue states of physical discomfort. The techniques they developed to achieve these results are only now being recognized and affirmed by Western study of the brain and body. Central to the tradition of the yogis is the passing down of extensive teachings and highly guarded practices for training both body and mind. Within each order of monks, the detailed lineages of yogis, their students, and their techniques are recorded with great care. Each lineage bears a unique name and approach. With roots stretching back to Tibet's first master yogi, Naropa, the Drikung Kagyu lineage has long been renowned for producing highly advanced yogis.
The Drikung Kagyu lineage has been running continuously without any kind of breakage in between or any kind of adulteration. That is starting from the founder of the lineage right down to this present day. When we look back in retrospect, there were so many highly regarded, highly realized yogis. The blessings are passed from one master to the other, right down to this present day. That is our specialty.
I think practitioner, how to say, you benefit your mind. The academic is just knowledge. Maybe you become a teacher, you teach in the terms, and this is one thing. But the practitioner, you have received you some blessings, and if you don't have this blessing in this lineage, then you cannot have certain power to help benefit other people. And also, someone who not go to the academic school, but his practice, he certainly opened his wisdom. And he also know other people, how they need to benefit. He will know.
What is it then that defines a yogi? How do they differ from the ordinary monk? Outwardly, few clues are to be found. The most lucid answers to the question come from those who have walked the path themselves.
A yogi is a person who has a profound experiential understanding of the true nature of all phenomena.
The yogini is the practitioner who does extensive retreats and one who has gained experiential understanding of the teachings. So it would have to be someone who has not only received ordination, but someone who has done extensive retreats.
A yogi means one who enters into the Dharma or Buddhist teachings, and after that one who does the practice, which is about the mind, training the mind to be always at ease, always at peace. That is the definition of a yogi.
Dharma lives within the yogi. Yogi follow the Dharma. If you really live on the Dharma, nothing can harm you. Even though they can be taken this life, but they cannot take next life.
What a yogi or yogini strives to do is to put an end to the suffering that exists in cyclic existence. In order to do that, a yogi or yogini has to train his or her mind. Simply stated, a yogi or yogini will strive to counter all the negative emotions and try to generate positive energy.
Experienced, qualified retreat person, even he remained in a street, a lot of noises, a lot of people, a lot of cars there, but his mind can remain fully concentrate. If someone who have not that qualified, like I think myself, even remain in a remote area, try to meditate, my mind go everywhere.
Keeping the mind from going everywhere is precisely the challenge in meditation. And for centuries, aspiring yogis have retreated to remote places to avoid distraction while training their minds. Imagining life removed from society for years at a time can be difficult for Westerners accustomed to a world of virtually non-stop interaction. The question of where is another challenge. For Tibetans in exile, such places still exist in the Indian Himalayas beyond the reach of the Chinese. One of the 24 sacred places in Tibetan Buddhism is Lapchi, a meditation place, a Milarepa, one of Tibet's first yogis revered for abandoning a criminal lifestyle and attaining enlightenment within a single lifetime. A monk hiked for 6 days with a heavy camera into the mountains to bring back a glimpse of this primitive retreat. Even now, the images he recorded were permitted with reluctance. If the notion of pursuing enlightenment seems vague or inscrutable, the path of the yogi is in fact quite specific. The techniques and practices developed over a millennium are revealed to them in a rigorous order and only by an accomplished practitioner. Their beginning premise is that the untrained mind is like a raging elephant out of control. The yogi's initial task is to slowly put reins on the leaping, erratic thoughts of the mind by using specific tools, the repetition of core beliefs in mantras, and exercises to empty the mind of conceptual thought. 2 yogis in retreat in Lapchi agreed to an interview, an unheard of opportunity.
You have come to Lapchi when I have taken a few days break in my retreat. This is an auspicious coincidence, and something like this can only happen because of past connections and aspirational prayers. Milarepa went on a very long retreat in Lapchi and reached enlightenment through the practice of Tummo. He left several footprints on the rocks of Lapchi, which attract many pilgrims. The disciples of many important masters have meditated at caves in Lapchi and the surrounding places. I am here on a retreat with permission from His Holiness Chetsang Rinpoche. After many years' retreat, I came to the conclusion that a human being's physical constitution in particular was a big impediment for serious practitioners. I came to realize that the only way to remove these impediments was to attain mastery over the 5 elements, so that my practice did not have to be dependent upon sustenance and health. I read Milarepa's life history. It completely ravished away my mind. I strongly aspired to master the 6 yogas of Naropa, as well as the secret prana, nadi, and bindu, the 3 main components that are important in the practice of yoga. At any cost, I was determined to train myself to be able to master Tummo or Chandali. To do this, I found that Dharamsala was not conducive to the attainment of my aspirations. I needed a teacher who could pour down in me his experiential knowledge of such practices. I wanted the result of my efforts to create and leave an indelible imprint on my mind stream that I can forever carry forward. The most difficult thing to do is remain in single-pointed concentration. Bodily efforts like doing hundreds of thousands of prostrations and the efforts of speech like recitation of mantras are no problem. Controlling the mind is. I started my retreat when I was 9 years old. During that time, I went on a 1-month-long retreat. At first, it was very difficult for me. You know, I was a little boy. I would count the days on my fingers, say 1 day is gone, 2 days gone, how many balance remaining? Should I go out of the retreat place? If I do, what would be the consequences? These kind of questions keep on popping up. And then, although verbally you are reciting the mantra, but your mind is really, really busy on trying to get out of the retreat place. But when you become more seasoned and more mature in your meditation and learning, things will change.
Why I would like about the retreat is when you go to retreat and many weeks or many months being alone is very different. It will all subside our desire, anger, attachment.
At the age of 17, I entered monastery. Now from that day onwards to this day, I worked for the monastery for 2 years. Aside from that, I have devoted all my times ever since the age of 17 on retreats and meditation.
There's no such thing as sleep when we are in a retreat. And there is a particular box made, and we sit cross-legged in there. And we sit in that position whether it is day or night. We can break up our practice into 4 slots of time. And during that time, we may rest, but we will not get out of the box. We will continue sitting in that position all the time. Whoever wants to go on a retreat, whether that person is nun, monk, or lay person, all are welcome. The dispensation of Dharma teaching is like the sun's rays. It is for everyone to enjoy. The job of a retreat master is to guide all of those who are on retreat, giving commentary on the teachings relating to the particular retreat that one is on. How many sessions a retreat person has to do in the course of a day, what kind of visualization, what method of meditation, how one should do the mantra recitation, what are the graduated paths to this particular practice. So these are the kinds of things a retreat master will guide those who are on retreat. Once you come out of the retreat after 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days, you are a different person.
If one is a different person after 3 years in retreat, the effect is exponential for those who have devoted decades to retreat. Indeed, the most profound evidence of the mind-altering effects of prolonged retreat are to be found in the oldest practitioners. Yet many of these elders have been imprisoned or killed in the half-century of Chinese occupation. Perhaps the oldest living Tibetan yogi is Drulong Rinpoche, possibly the most revered yogi alive today. Here, for the first time, he grants a filmed interview, a rare glimpse into the mind of a meditation master.
Now, I have meditated for a very, very long time. It is very difficult for me to exactly reflect back and count the years that I had meditated. The reason for this is because although I do appear like a human person outwardly, my mental state is so different. Different in the sense that my focus on mundane things is not consistent. When one meditates, from the very day when one decides to go on solitary retreat, one has made a conscious decision to endure all kinds of losses, good clothing, good food, name, fame, and prestige. All these things one must be ready to forego and give up. We are rationed the barest minimum amount of water and roasted barley flour for our sustenance, so that we may be able to sit in a meditation posture. Only once in a week we would have the smallest possible amount of food for our sustenance. You have to persistently make a consistent effort and undergo all kinds of hardship. Without undergoing hardship, one would not be able to experience the mental state of all the glorious past masters. When I meditate, I can see all my former lives. I have been born in the realm of hell. I have been born as a hungry ghost. I have been born many times as animals. All these things become very, very clear when one is in meditation. I've gone through the 3 lower realms of existence many times. In my meditative absorption, I always go through the pardo or intermediate gap, which is to say, between death and rebirth. But there isn't a great deal of point going into these. When one understands this life and the life after as one, to such a person there's no need to go into these nitty-gritty things. When one's body is already dismantled in one's meditation, there's no question of death or discarding one's physical body.
The disciplined mind, then, becomes a powerful tool in its own right, enabling the practitioner to become aware of the subtle energies of the body, then master them through the breathing and physical postures known as yogas. Modern Western medicine has documented the mental powers of these meditation masters. One such practice, Tumo, was developed for generating body heat in the icy caves of Tibet. Yogis who have mastered Tumo are capable of immersing themselves in icy lakes and, 15 minutes later, producing visible steam rising from their robes.
Tumo is a teaching that is strict and not one that is freely dispensed to whoever wishes to receive it. However, our environment and the time are very different now. So, backed by loving kindness and compassion, I'm now showing it. And to me, it's not a violation of our yogic vows. Tumo is a practice that will bring about bliss and happiness, psychological as well as physical. The visualization is a lot simpler. When you visualize yourself as a fully blown up balloon that is hollow, then you visualize a little object inside you, glowing and generating heat. It is a very useful tool to help oneself and heal oneself.
Other yogas were designed to benefit bodily health and to improve the length and quality of one's precious lifetime. While many basic yogas have been taught in the West for years, many of the more difficult and exotic yogas have been kept secret to preserve their purity. One such practice, Trulkor, was developed for opening the wind channels of the body, the pathways of energy associated with breathing. Through the practice of Trulkor, the yogi is able to improve breathing functions, help the body release toxins, and clear the mind. The filming of this demanding practice was permitted with great reluctance.
In order to learn this thoroughly, it takes at least 2 years. But then you cannot leave it at that. You must do the practice all the time. Unless I'm traveling, I do the exercise 2 hours every day. And now I have one request. This is a very secret practice, so I must ask you to advise the viewer to not try to imitate me. If they do, there is a danger for their health and well-being. Because this is so secret, we must learn it from a particular teacher who can give the teaching from the beginning to the end thoroughly.
The yogi who has spent years practicing and has gained a high degree of mastery over both mind and body is said to have achieved a high level of attainment, to have become a highly realized being. Their powers are sometimes said to extend into the realm of the paranormal. Such supernatural stories have swirled around the Tibetan yogis throughout their history, thickening the cloud of mystery surrounding them. Tales of telepathic communication and mind-controlling matter are reported among advanced practitioners to this day.
The highly realized yogis can, of course, alter situations. There are many instances where the highly realized beings altered natural disasters. One example is where Chinese soldiers came to cause harm to a monastery or its inhabitants. All of a sudden, the change of weather, extreme poor visibility, the falling of hail, making it absolutely impossible for these people to come to their destination. There are so many different instances, far too many to narrate. There is a most wonderful and sacred meditation cave where it is said Guru Padma Sambhava meditated. I went there when I was only a boy, but I had a tremendous amount of devotion. When looking across the cave, I really felt like saying some prayers. I offered 3 prostrations and said, please show me some sign so that my devotions will further become stronger. And instantly there appeared a rainbow at the mouth of the meditation cave, and there I saw Guru Padma Sambhava. So I was just overwhelmed and really so very happy. And all my focus was on the mouth of the cave and Guru Padma Sambhava. There were a lot of nuns with me, and one of them said to me, Rinpoche, Rinpoche, watch your foot. It is sinking in the stone. And I had to look, and there was my foot, making an imprint in solid rock, because it was really, just as the nun said, it was sinking. At the age of 3, I was able to tell my previous lives. I was able to name my former sister. But now suppose I told you that I can remember all my former lives. Is anyone going to believe me? Therefore, just let's say that I was able to remember when I was a little boy.
Such paranormal powers among master yogis are thought to include the ability to self-govern the process of transition from one life to the next.
This is very often we can see in many good practitioners. Most of the people die. After die, you can change your face, the yellow, pale, and when you do the pinch in your skin, also they will stay there. But the real practitioner who has when the passing and the meditation state, they continue their stay. Then you pinch in here, this also like now, and they immediately going like this. And also they have a little bit heat and warm and hot center. Also the face is like the lamp light, and very unusual one. And happened that my story is just 1 year ago, in Bhutan, one of Master Ginjun Renchen. So he stayed more than 1 month, and they never changed.
For aspiring yogis, events such as these imply control over the process of reincarnation. Even His Holiness the Dalai Lama has stated that if the Chinese communists are still governing Tibet at the time of his death, he will choose rebirth outside of Tibet. Controlling the process of one's own death and rebirth is the subject of some of the most fascinating stories surrounding Tibet's yogis. Lama Drupon Samten recalls vividly one such event in his early years as a student, the death of his own teacher, Kemgor Rinpoche.
This is my teacher, Khyungkar Rinpoche. He invited all the students. He told he's going to pass away. No illness, nothing sign of death, nothing. He just normally get up, do his prayer, and he told his attendant to make a good tea And then he make it tea over and over and until he's satisfied. And he says, all these pair together. And when they get to the completion state, he says, this is the time for me to pass away. And just like a falling asleep, like a Buddha, no? Just he put his right hand under his chest and then lie down and look at each person. No, he's doing prayer for each person to benefit in the future. And he passed away.
Telling stories such as these, indeed revealing any technique, tradition, or experience to someone who has not completed yogic training, was once a violation of yogic vows to extreme secrecy. The reason was to maintain the purity of the teachings. The fear was that, taken out of context, exotic forms of yoga and meditation might degenerate into ego-centered showmanship. And in the eyes of the elders, the opening up that is taking place now is seen as a significant risk. When His Eminence Drewang Rinpoche was asked about the cutting of his hair, a practice known to signify that a yogi is preparing to die, he displayed the stubborn elusiveness of a yogi under strict vow.
There are many reasons why a person in retreat would grow hair. Let me think about it. Yeah, there are many reasons why one would grow one's hair long. Let's just forget about it, shall we? A good number of things happen to me. It will just boil down to misleading people. Forget it. You know, I just cut it because I am old, and the hair was really hefty and weighing me down. That's why I chopped it off. I have pledged not to mislead people. Now, if I told you a whole lot of tall tales, that will amount to misleading the audience. I have absolutely nothing whatsoever, and I have nothing to tell you. This is the first time I have been asked to tell about these things. We are not supposed to reveal the ins and outs of what goes on inside a meditation cave. If we do, then there will be consequences. The past masters, including Tilopa, have categorically said there was never an instance where he revealed the secrets of meditation. We who follow in their footsteps must do the same.
Although it is known that Drewang Rinpoche did cut his hair in preparation for death, His Holiness the Dalai Lama asked him to live a little longer to help pass on and preserve Tibetan teachings. It is said that His Eminence agreed to do so, and has decided to live until the age of 100 to help his people. Beyond feats of mental, physical, or even supernatural control, perhaps the most impressive accomplishment of the Tibetan yogis is maintaining a stance of compassion and peace through a half-century of persecution. The teachings of loving your enemies and praying for those who persecute you are familiar in the West, but are, few would argue, among the hardest to practice. Skeptics may well point out that feelings of love and peace may be easily generated when you're by yourself in a cave, but not when you're coping with the human conflict inherent in real life. Yet, the claims of the Tibetan yogis have been put to the extreme test in the Chinese Holocaust. How does one retain compassion in the face of raw cruelty?
Some use the ancient the text stated or says, the one's own enemy is the best teacher. Now, one example. So one old monk who in previously the Namgyal monastery, one monk of the Namgyal monastery. Now he spent almost 18 years in Chinese Gulag after 59. So after he released from the camp, eventually he joined with me here. So then one day I casually asked about his experience in the Gulag. Then he told me a few occasions he faced some danger. And I asked, what kind of danger? I thought danger of his life or something like that. Then he answered me, danger of losing compassion towards Chinese. So, that's we as a practitioner, we deliberately should try to keep compassionate attitude towards one's own enemy is very essential.
I don't blame the people of China. I blame their policy or their culture because it's a communist culture. The culture is at fault, not the people. In the ways of what we call samsaric beings, in the ways of the ordinary people, lay people, if I followed that, yes, obviously, yes, there would be sadness in my heart. And there were a lot of sufferings that were brought about to a lot of people and to myself. But as a practitioner who believes in the cause and effect, I'm a very, very happy person. I have no grudge against anybody. I have no grudge against the Chinese people or the Chinese government. Whatever befell on an individual, it was because of his past karma. Unhappiness does not crop up out of nowhere. It is a result of one's commission of negative karma in former lives. For example, when you cheated others, when you try to defeat others, when you try to gain at the cost of others, these result in what we call the ripening of karma that brings about pain and suffering. So when you do negative deeds, the result is a state of mind that is often referred to as hell. When you have done positive deeds, it brings about happiness. I was born after the Chinese operation in Tibet. I am upset with them, and I am sad because the Chinese have been very ruthless to Tibetan people and my family. You name it, they have done it. At the same time, they have destroyed so many monasteries in Tibet. Maybe it is because I am still young and my practice is not strong enough yet. Maybe this is why I am upset with the Chinese. As an antidote to conquering very strong negative emotions, we would resort to doing the sevenfold Vairochana posture meditation. There are different wind energies inside a human person. In one posture, the wind which enables us to excrete waste enters into the central nerve channel, eliminating some of the negative emotions. When you broaden your shoulders and sit upright, the nerve or vein-related winds enter and get rid of ignorance. When your neck is slightly bent downwards at an angle and you touch the tip of your tongue on the palate, then fire-related wind enters and dissipates desire. When you lower your eye a bit so you almost see the tip of your nose, the space-related wind enters and gets rid of egocentric pride. When you sit cross-legged and remain in single-pointed concentration, then water-related wind enters and helps get rid of jealousy. These postures are a very good method of getting rid of some of the negative emotions.
Are newer generations of Tibetans raised exclusively in exile, immersed in contemporary culture, displaying the discipline and compassion of their elders? Evidence of cultural erosion is appearing among younger Tibetans in exile. Demonstrations and violent protests are becoming increasingly common in refugee towns. Some are beginning to question the pacifist approach of their leader. Even so, the spirit of their native culture remains strong, and some still aspire to the example of past masters.
In our life, we do many different things. We are in different professions, but we all have a single goal, and that is to be happy. And the only way to be happy is to believe in one's own mind that it can be happy. that it has happiness all the time. And that is very important to know. That is very important to notice. If we fail to notice that, then we start to expect external materials to make us happy. In our life, we change different things in the hope of being happy. We change our name, we change our dress, we change our food, we change everything. But we realize every time that this change has never brought the true happiness. So the only way to stop all this game is realizing the nature of mind, which is a Buddha, and which is content and fulfilled and satisfied from the beginning. So although I still have desire, I still like all the material things, deep down in my heart, I often feel that this is not the real way of happiness.
Yet even the most earnest efforts of these young practitioners cannot maintain the tradition of the yogis as it once was. The number of authentic elders dwindles daily. The best the younger generation can do is preserve the practices of their ancestors, the shadows of a total lifestyle that will never again be possible. This observation by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama points to the irony of the Chinese Holocaust. Intent on destroying Tibetan culture, the Chinese have in fact successfully driven it out into the world. It is seen in a phenomenon that began shortly after the invasion and continues today. Once the most reclusive people in the world, the master yogis of Tibet have begun to migrate westward. As hope of reclaiming their native land fades, they are relocating to establish temples and teaching centers.
Now the Buddhism is developed in West, so we have centers from South America, from Chile to North America to Canada, and we also have Baltic countries, in Central Asia, we have maybe 40 centers more than. So we have to also properly guide the Buddha's teaching.
It is in one way, a very difficult situation in Tibet today, and it's been that way for many years. But from that, we have so many wonderful teachers and examples that have come to the United States, Europe, and different countries to make Buddhism available to us.
One day His Holiness the Dalai Lama called me down and said, well, this is time now. It is time for you to actually come out of retreat. And now your time has come to benefit all beings. Listening to that advice, I ended my retreat. And from that day onwards, to this day, I have visited so many countries, and I have taught so many countless number of people. And it was absolutely as His Holiness said. I benefited so many people, and I keep on going strong. Now, since I came to the United States, it has gone 5 years. The job of all Dharma practitioners is to help other beings. In countries like India and Nepal, there are many lamas, and teachings are readily available to the population. And this case does not apply in the United States and other Western countries. The main point of the teachings is the generation of loving kindness and compassion. And I hope to help people in the United States and teach them loving kindness and compassion.
Arizona has become home to one such center, a growing facility where Tibetan yogi Garchen Rinpoche guides the teachings. Now, where the adobe dwellings of Native Americans once stood, clusters of retreat huts, temples, and teaching rooms hug the rugged terrain of the Chino Valley. In them gather people from all walks of Western life, from many faith traditions, there to learn what wisdom this ancient people might have for a weary modern society.
Well, I think the general society now has so many influences which are rather superficial in nature. And even though we theoretically have a lot of extra time, more and more I think people are finding that the different distractions and things that they do are not particularly meaningful to them. And so they're searching for something else to give their life meaning.
Here we saw all the technology, we see all the rich people, we have all the money, we can, whatever you want, the food, Chinese, all these different, you can get. But then people find out that having material, having technology is really not answer your inner question and not fulfill ultimate goal. And therefore, they have this kind of spirituality. I would say human society, there's love and compassion is the only way to bring peace and happiness.
Garshan Rinpoche teaches patience a lot. Like, your worst enemies are your greatest teachers because they teach you patience. They teach you definite patience. And during school and when I'm at home, like, I have a 2-year-old little next door neighbor and he just gets on my nerves all the time. And so it's like, it gives me a lot of patience to practice. If I have a bad day, it makes me think about my bad day, reflect on my bad day, and there's a part that you should do every night. Like, you think of 2 things that you did bad in that day and try to fix them the next day, and then you think of 2 things that you did good that day and you try to do them the next day as well.
I think it's very bad, it's very sad that we're losing yogis and we're losing someone who can connect us with our own enlightened nature. And from other point, those realized masters that comes here and comes to other countries can teach other people, and it was not possible before. And even there are so many people who even would not think about Buddhism until they would meet realized master.
Just looking at our lamas that we have, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama and many wonderful Western lamas, when you look at them, you get some true feeling that they really have some kind of inner peace. And if we could receive those teachings from the yogis and put them into practice in our own lives, that is the way to save. That is the only way to save the lineage of the Tibetan yogis. And that's the most important thing to do, I think. Yeah.
The lamas who have come to the West are still adapting to the pathways and parameters of this new life. And their questions remain. Will the filming and sharing of techniques lead to abuses? Will self-styled lamas and bogus practitioners exploit Western interest in Tibetan Buddhism and mislead people? Is the form of their faith destined to dissolve in the ways of the West? The devotees of the Dharma hold, but even if the tradition of the yogis and other outward expressions of Tibetan Buddhism die out completely, the teachings of the Buddha will survive.